Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this October 20th Meaford Municipality of Meaford Council meeting. We're meeting on a lovely fall day, and I'm going to call us to order and invite everyone to stand as they're able to join us in singing O Canada. I'd like to begin this afternoon by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash, unceded First Nation, and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis, whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis peoples and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters. And now I'll just ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection on today's business. Thank you very much. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest around the horseshoe today? I see no indication, but if it occurs to you at any time, please bring it forward. And we'll move on to announcements. Announcements today. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. It's this time of year again when it's always my honor actually to announce that the Poppy campaign will be beginning on the last Friday of this month, Friday, October the 31st. And invite people, if they're able, to come out to the church service, which is going to be held at the Meaford and St. Vincent Community Center in the hall on Sunday, November the 9th, starting at 10 o'clock. And again, if you're able to join folks at the Cenotaph on November the 11th for another Remembrance Day, as we take a moment to reflect those that have laid down their lives for this country. We can reflect on families that have paid a cost for the things that we truly enjoy. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Urick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention the Meaford Chamber of Commerce is having their next After 5 networking event. That's going to be held actually tomorrow afternoon, the 21st, at the Meaford Public Library, and it's in celebration of the Ontario Public Library Week. So it's rather appropriate. They'll be joined by the Book Hive and Gathered by the Bay Charcuterie Catering, which will be featured there as well. So it's an opportunity for people to get out and meet some local businesses and friends and learn a little bit more about the community and network.
Great. Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. And following in the theme of the Chamber of Commerce, I thought I would remind folks that Dragon's Den, Meaford Dragons, is upcoming on November the 13th, 7:30 at Meaford Hall. So get your tickets. The contestants have been chosen. So there are 5 dragon slayers that will be before the 5 dragons, and they will be Lovebird, the new restaurant on our main street, Solo Fit Gym, Bounce Brothers, Field Guide, and the Hub Educational Center. So there's going to be a really nice mix of contestants, and it's going to be a great show. And secondly, I wanted to acknowledge, and I know that our mayor is going to want to speak to this as well, but this is Local Government Week. from the 19th to the 25th of October is an opportunity for us to express our gratitude to our amazing staff. So thank you for everything that you do to make Meaford a wonderful place to live, work, and play. And the theme this year, as I did a little research on Local Government Week, is to encourage awareness for job opportunities within this sector. And I just thought that was so appropriate because sometimes people overlook the chance to work in a municipality, but it's a wonderful place to be. And I think I can take from your smiles that you all agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And if that's all the announcements today, I will just take advantage of your cue to say that democracy starts at home, and democracy has never been more threatened in my lifetime. I have never imagined, really, I would put the United States at about 1934 to 38. In terms of, how things are going for them. And I just want to urge people to, continue to take an interest in your local affairs, your local government. We need more candidates. We need more women candidates. We need more young and entrepreneurial type of candidates. And it shouldn't be up to the old guard like me to be, pushing and shoving to see if we just can't get a little more vibrant and inclusive approach to municipal government, because this is where democracy really starts. It's the ground one, and that's it. We're ready. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Margaret.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that's a perfect segue, and just one quick staff announcement, which is a reminder of the special council meeting that's going to be held on Tuesday, October 28th. It will be at 1:30 at Meaford Hall to select the next member of council from the vacancy from the application. So I just thought it was important to follow that with that brief announcement.
Thank you for that reminder. And I'll just say, this is for all of those watching on YouTube. Meaford Hall has got a lot of seats, and we have such little room in our council chambers here, but we really would like to see those seats filled. It's a big thing that we are appointing a new member to this council, and there's a competition for it, and it's going to be a difficult decision, I'm sure, for council, but an important one, a very important one for us and for you. So I hope you will come out. Again, it's give us the date and the time, thanks.
Thank you. It's Tuesday, October 28th at 1:30 at Meaford Hall.
Perfect, thank you. So moving on to public participation, members of the public are encouraged to provide council with their comments and their questions. Presentations must be prearranged with Legislative Services, that's Margaret, before the agenda is released, and will be limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda, or to ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person at the council chambers or remotely via Zoom. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or ask a public question must register in advance with Legislative Services by 10 in the morning on the day of the meeting. And you can do that by contacting clerk@meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060, extension 1100. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes and public questions to 2 minutes. And also a reminder, the public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. And today we do have a presentation, and I'm very pleased to welcome from the 4th Canadian Division Training Center, proud partners in our community, Lieutenant Colonel Joe Tobin and Regimental Sergeant Major Chief Warrant Officer Chris Keith. Just go right ahead there. And can we set the mic? Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Joe Tobin. It's a great pleasure to be with you here this afternoon to talk about the 4th Canadian Division Training Center. I chose the title for this presentation quite carefully, Proud Partners in Our Community, because certainly I think that that represents the feeling of all of us up on the hill, is that we are quite proud to be members of the municipality of Meaford and engage in all the things that you do here. There we go. With Remembrance Day right around the corner, I had the opportunity today to either talk about Remembrance Day or perhaps to take the few minutes that I have to introduce you perhaps a little bit more thoroughly to the base and what it is that we do here. And so I've decided to go with that. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about 4CDTC, your noisy neighbor up on the hill, which I'm sure is certainly a lot of the conversations I have reflect that as our chosen identity, your noisy neighbor. I'll talk a little bit about the mission of the unit itself, the organization that we use to pursue that mission, a little bit about Army modernization because it's just starting to hit the press and I'm sure some folks would be curious to understand what exactly is happening. And then a little bit about our unit's presence in that community of which we are such a proud part. My mission at 4CDTC is to deliver high quality individual training while maintaining the Meaford Garrison and Range training area. All that infrastructure in order to meet the operational requirements of the 4th Canadian Division and the Canadian Army. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the formations and organizations within the Canadian Army, 4th Canadian Division is the Canadian Army in Ontario. So every Army person that you see out in your communities belongs to 4th Canadian Division, which is currently commanded by Brigadier General Eric Laundrie. So we have a pretty important remit, not only to the Army, we train a lot of soldiers there in individual skills, but we also operate as a training venue for the rest of the division and the Army to come here and train from time to time. This is what the organization looks like. Everything that you see there in green is something that is physically located in Meaford. The 2 yellow squares are the 2 companies that I have in Petawawa. And in addition to those 2 locations, there are 4 other geographic locations where 4CDTC has representation in Sudbury, Ottawa, Toronto, and London. Outside of that organization, we have all the typical services that you would find on a larger base in Ontario. We've got a military family resource center, which is very well plugged into the community. We have a transition center to help some of our folks when they're ready to take off that uniforms, transition neatly back into civilian life. We've got a small store up there, the Canex. We've got some personnel support program, personnel PSP up there. If anyone has purchased a membership to our gym, those are the folks that run that institution for us. We've got a small clinic, a small health clinic up there. We've got our own police detachments. And then we've got a small team from Borden that works with us to help us maintain all of that infrastructure because it's really a small town within a town. We've got our own water treatment plants and all the typical stuff that you would normally find. Our staffing during the year sits at about 218 people permanently. And in addition to that, there's about another 200 students that are either engaged actively in training or waiting for their next training to start. This year, we are on pace to put through 1,800 students this fiscal year through Meaford. That is about an increase of about 600 students from this time last year. So we're certainly doing a little bit more, which may account for some of the increased activity that you may or may not have seen from us. The types of training that we do up there are really focused on infantry training. That's kind of our bread and butter. But it's actually not my primary focus. It's certainly the training that makes the most noise. So maybe the focus for some of you. But actually, we also do a lot of leadership training there as well. And so after CAF members have spent a few years in uniform, contributing to their units, they then come back to us to learn how to lead groups of soldiers in varying levels. And so we start with about a 10-person section, and they learn how to lead those. And so we have soldiers from all across Canada that are coming to us to do that, whether they're in Yellowknife or Esquimalt or Halifax, they're coming to us to do some of that training. And there's a new course that I am actually starting in about 1 week that is going to see an increase in personnel showing up here. And that is the Canadian Army Soldier First course. And that's a new qualification for soldiers from across the Army that are not in the infantry. They're going to come to Meaford, Valcartier, and Wainwright, and they're going to learn how to be a basic soldier. They're going to learn a lot of machine gun stuff, learn how to participate in section attacks and defensive operations. And we're going to help those soldiers get to where they need to be employable in their units. So that's a bit of exciting news, which accounts for the increase in our throughput that's coming this way. I talked a little bit about this change to the course that's happening. I threw up this product from the Canadian Army because it's their latest product on Army modernization. You may have heard Lieutenant General Wright speaking in the news recently about the need to modernize and change the Army that we have. The thesis for this project is that the Army that we have today is not the Army that we need today or in the future. And so the Army has gone through a major restructure that is starting to take shape today. I mentioned to you 4th Canadian Division being the Army of Ontario. By this coming summer, that is no longer going to be the case. You will see regular force units like the ones that we have in Petawawa. They're going to be grouped into a maneuver division that's going to be headquartered out in Western Canada. All of our reserve formations, like locally, we've got the Grey and Simcoe Foresters. They're going to be grouped into a different division called the Defence of Canada Division that's going to be headquartered in Montreal. The support division is going to be taking care of all of our base infrastructure. So some of the things that I do up on the base, those are going to be taken care of by a new support division, and that's going to be in 4Div right now. So that headquarters is going to adopt those tasks. And then last but not least is this new training formation where the location has not yet been decided. They're going to take on the responsibility for training all of the Army's soldiers, which is where the 4th Canadian Division Training Center will find itself. And we'll get a new branded name, something along the lines of Army Training Center Central or something like that. We'll find out a little bit more. But the message that I want to bring to you is that there is not going to be a significant change to the footprint here in this community. You may see in the news about headquarters that are moving or reporting relationships that are changing. That isn't really going to impact where units are housed currently. So there should be no change to our general footprint here. It'll still stay at about the same levels that I just mentioned in the previous slide. We will continue to host reserve force training here in Meaford at 4th Canadian Division Training Center throughout all this. So no real change to us here in the community. So you will continue to hear about these modernization efforts as they start to take root and shape. But if you have any questions, I would be happy to entertain them. You have my contact information. If you have any concerns, please let me know. I want to touch briefly on community presence and engagement. The photo here is from Remembrance Day last year out in the streets of Meaford. You'll see us there again this year. I mentioned the increase in throughput of soldiers that we're putting through. We are very busy. There's a lot that goes on, and we do get invited a lot from interested members of our community to come out and participate in a variety of different events. Those change a little bit year to year, what we have the capacity to go and do. I just came back from a leadership retreat with my organization's leadership, and these are the ones that we think we can sustain at least for this year. You should have seen us in the Scarecrow invasion earlier this month. You'll of course see us in a couple weeks out for Remembrance Day. We will be there for the Santa Claus parade. We're working through some options on that now. And something that we haven't done in a little bit is we've carved out some space to be able to parade on Canada Day with the community. So we're pretty proud to be able to come back to the community for that event. There will be, perhaps one-offs where we can make an appearance, but generally that's about the limit that we have while continuing to put through this increase in soldiers that are coming through. I think that's my last slide. So I think I'm doing okay for time. The only thing that I'll say is if you want to know more about the work that we're doing at the 4th Canadian Division Training Center, we do have a Facebook page. You should see us talking more and more about Army modernization and the work that we're doing to get after some of those aspects of Army modernization on our Facebook page and where we fit in. When we are out in the community, please feel free to come and talk to us. We can answer all kinds of questions about where the Army's going and what we're doing. We will also continue to lay on what I've called community visit opportunities. Both Mayor Kentner and Deputy Mayor Keaveney came up to Meaford last fall for an opportunity to observe some of the training that we're doing. We didn't get the best weather that day, so I think they saw more snow than they did soldiers. But these are great opportunities to come up and see the actual hands and feet skills that we're teaching young soldiers to do in order to serve Canada. You're all very welcome to visit our fitness center. I think that's fairly well out in the community now, but it is open. And I look forward to seeing all of you folks in Remembrance Day. I think we've got maybe 1-2 minutes for any questions here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Questions for Colonel Tobin? I'll start with Councillor Urick and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation and thank you for, your involvement in the community. It's great. It's really, really nice to see that, you really embraced Meaford and it's wonderful. A question, an unfair question. So your slide on the modernization aspects.
Yes.
It's really interesting with the Prime Minister talking about NATO and increasing funding. Probably way early days to even think about that. But I just wondered whether that was part of that increase or is that coming down the road, and will that hopefully really help CDTC kind of grow because of that kind of promised impetus of funding?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really great question. What I'll say is that the Army modernization team started this project about this time last year. So that predates the Prime Minister's announcement, which is very welcome. But it actually dovetails quite neatly into those modernization efforts. What you can't really read on the screen under the maneuver division is all of the equipment that is going to be pursued to modernize our Army, which wouldn't be possible without that influx in funding that is coming from that ministerial or that Prime Ministerial announcement. So it's very welcome news. It's definitely going to help fund modernization. Most of you probably saw this summer, there was a big announcement on compensation and benefits to the CAF that was rolled out that we expect will help with recruiting and will also help with bringing us, with getting people that are already in the Army to come here and instruct, which has been a bit of a limitation for us, so in our capacity to do that. So it's definitely going to be tied to this. The need to do this existed before the announcement, but that announcement is really going to fuel this effort and energize that modernization initiative.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank Lieutenant Colonel Tobin for being here with us today. I mean, it's not often that we see anyone from the base here at Council Chambers, and we really appreciate your presence here today. And as Councillor Urick said, thank you for being so accommodating and flexible and being so engaged in our community. It really means a lot to us. And I often think, having lived here all my life, you can drive through Meaford and never realize that there is a training center, that we are a military town. There's just no presence in our community to indicate that. And I don't know if that's by design or if that's something at some point you'd be interested in talking about, because I think it's really important that we express as a community our gratitude to the military families and to yourselves for making sure that our base continues to operate and that it continues to grow and to be an important part of our community. So I'll just leave that thought with you, that perhaps we can have a conversation at some point about how you could be recognized in our community so people do know when they drive through the main street of Meaford that we are a military town.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. That's it's a keen point. I think certainly our open house this summer taught us that the way to the base is not well marked. Certainly there's some interesting historical anecdotes about efforts on behalf of the base in the past. About 11 or 12 years ago, there was like a night raid that went in on the intersection of Valor Road and Highway 26, where we put up this bootleg sign that said the Division Training Center was there. I'm not sure where it is now, but certainly we'll be happy to have that conversation about how we get something up there to indicate where we are. I think that'd be a great idea.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks so much, Commander Tobin and Chief Warrant Officer Keith for coming today. First, as a comment, an echoing comment, the key to the city march, I call it, was an amazing success. I've talked to many people and everybody 100% in favor of that type of presence from our military personnel. It was greatly appreciated. I did want to ask you a little bit about artillery. And you'll have to forgive me because I'm not a armed forces person. I consider myself very fortunate that I never had to be involved in the military, and I think a great many Canadians should give that same kind of appreciation. Your 155 millimeter artillery, your tanks, how modern is our warfare weaponry? I guess that'd be my first question. My second question is our artillery made in Canada? I understand there might be a plant in Brampton that might be available for weaponry manufacturing in the near future. So how well are we equipped? And I guess the last question, drones. We get any drones up at the Army base? They seem to be very prominent in warfare in today's world.
Yeah, all fantastic questions. How modern is our equipment to date? When I was using that equipment and when Chief Warrant Officer Keith was using that equipment in Afghanistan, it was all very modern. But it's from that era. So it's about 15 to 20 years old. And it's not necessarily about whether or not it's modern. The equipment is still very relevant. It's about the use and the wear and tear that it's had. Those few tanks that Canada has and those several 155 millimeter howitzers, they get a lot of use, and everything has a lifespan. And for the most part, those pieces of equipment are nearing the end of their useful lifespans in some cases. And so that maneuver division is going to be outfitted with a lot of modern equipment that won't necessarily replace all of it, but it will complement it a little bit better. And so, for example, instead of just having 155 millimeter howitzers, that's going to be complemented by long-range precision fires, rocket artillery, some things that will allow us to reach out beyond the limits of that current equipment. So stuff that we have, it's good. There is newer stuff that's out there, and there are gaps in what we currently have that we need to close in order to remain a relevant force on the battlefield today. And so that's going to be taken care of through some of modernization. You asked, is it made in Canada? Some of it. There's an aspect of defense procurement that necessitates a certain amount of economic benefits coming to Canada. Sometimes that looks like people turning wrenches and welding hulls in Canada. In some cases, that turns into supplies that will go to help generate the equipment, the ammunition, what have you. And sometimes it's maintenance contracts that come to Canada. A lot of our stuff is manufactured in Canada. We do manufacture some ammunition in Canada, but a lot of it is also manufactured in the United States. And so a lot of the announcements that you'll find when the government says we're going to send X thousand number of artillery ammunition to Ukraine, for example, is one of our donations. A lot of that doesn't necessarily come from Canada. Some of that has come from the United States in the past, and will continue to do so because of the production requirements in Canada. We don't buy enough ammunition to really prop up defense industry here the way that it is in the United States. So a lot of those purchases out of necessity are made in the United States. Your last question on drones. We are expecting to receive drones imminently at the 4th Div Training Center. There are drones that are already at Army bases across the country, and the Army commander's most recent direction is that he wanted to flood the Army with drones the same way that they're flooding modern operational environments overseas. So we're hoping to get some drones, not only for the value of training, but actually there's some very practical applications that come with drones, like monitoring weapons ranges. They're looking out for forest fires, that kind of stuff. We're looking forward to receiving some of our drones. We hope by the end of this fiscal year, but certainly by next summer, there will be drones that are operating in 4 Div Training Center.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, from a micro level rather than macro, I thought this was a kind of an important question. So with all the growth that's going on at the center, at the range. So you have housing up there, obviously, for the students. It's been, you know, very famously that many longer term staff live in Meaford. We all know that accommodations are very difficult to come by these days. And I'm just wondering whether you're finding it a challenge to find places for people to live that are longer term, or whether that's kind of not an issue.
Yeah, fantastic question. Housing, I think, right across the country and most of the Western world is top of mind for most people. And where availability is not a problem, affordability usually is. And certainly that is a challenge for us. I may have mentioned previously that the housing that I do have on the base is it's very full. Let me back up. There's a couple different demographics that I have here. I have housing for students and housing for staff. Housing for students, I have lots of space. I can take many more students without issue. My housing for staff, though, is basically at capacity. And we find that some people are leaving their families behind them because they can't necessarily find an affordable place to live in the community around the base. So it is certainly top of mind for us, and it's something that is resonating right across our organization, coast to coast to coast. Where do we find affordable housing for people? In the long term, mid to long term, I'll say there is news on the horizon for CDTC. We have finally got on a list to receive new houses to be constructed on the base in Meaford. That is probably in the I'm guessing, I think it's in the 3 to 5 year time horizon before we see any real traction on that, because even though we're on the list, there is still a list that's got to get worked through. In the shorter term, there is some interesting case studies of the way that our department has started looking at some more unconventional problems. For example, at CFB Esquimalt, they've had a housing crunch for a number of years, which is very common in BC. And there was a property that came on the market. I think it was 34 or 37 apartments in this building that came on the market. And D&D, for the first time in decades, is purchasing new property. And so in the matter of a couple months, they were able to go bid on the property, get the property, and now there are new CAF members that are living in that housing unit in Esquimalt. And when I went to the Base and Wing Commander Forum in Ottawa earlier this year, the message that I received was that well, it's currently an anomaly. It's a new thing that's happening. It's not going to be a one-off. And so they're encouraging base commanders around the country to look for opportunities where we can make perhaps these investments that are a little less standard than we would normally find, and find ways to improve the quality of life for our people much faster, recognizing that at the amount of funding that is currently vectored towards defense in Canada, I think is a moment in time. I don't think it's reasonable to expect that we will always have this level of funding and commitment from the government, because priorities change as crises evolve. And so I think we need to make hay while the sun shines. And so certainly that's something that we're looking at, is how do we find the right opportunities to invest for CDTC in this community to be able to leverage some of those new opportunities that are emerging.
So go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Tobin. I know that you have responsibilities that take you to Garrison Petawawa fairly frequently. And I would just pass this word on to yourself. If you ever find an opportunity to say well done to the Military Family Resource Center. My son-in-law was deployed. My daughter calls me in tears. Her laundry machine was broken. I'm in Meaford, he's away. And I just happened to pick up at one of your open houses up at the base one time, a pamphlet on the Military Family Resource Center. I found the number. I asked my daughter to repeat the number. She repeated it to me. Amongst her tears, she called me the next day. She called that number, and my daughter found out she's not alone. Great comfort, made her feel at ease. And the military family is what gives the military's personnel their true strength. And without that at home, it must be really difficult as a soldier deployed when they know they've got their loved ones at home. And my daughter got to tell her husband about the broken washing machine when he got home safe and sound after deployment. And the Military Family Resource Center helped her world stay together. So pass that word on if you ever have the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you,
think-
Councilor Bell. I'm in Petawawa on Monday and I'll make sure I stop by and let them know.
I think the quality of the questions you've had indicates that, you know, it was time for this meeting. And I think there will be an ongoing need to keep in close touch. And you, sir, have done an excellent job in your time in Meaford to enlarge the communication that we have between us. And I just want to give you a quick report that I know you don't see the sword that you presented us with on the day of the freedom of the city ceremony, but the fact is that it is having a special display case built for it. And I hope that the next time that you visit Meaford Hall, it may be on display there, and it may find a permanent home here. Just know that we are exceedingly proud of it and are just looking forward to getting it on display.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And please don't forget that that comes with a lifetime warranty for the polishing of it. I have lots of junior officers that need practice polishing swords. We'll make sure we stop by and polish that thing up before Christmas.
Thank you again, Lieutenant Colonel Joe Tobin and Regimental Sergeant Major Chief Warrant Officer Chris Keith. We appreciate your attendance today and we look forward to seeing you on November 11th.
Thank you.
Public questions. Any public questions? I don't see any council inquiries. Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one today for our CAO. We've asked this question many times during council inquiries, but I'm sorry it's coming back again. Bayshore Road out in Leith. I know that road painting was done and hydro work has been accomplished, but there's still a considerable amount of remaining work to be accomplished out there. And I just wondered if we have any timeline for this project or any updates that you can provide us, Mr. CAO.
Thank you very much. And through Mr. Mayor to Deputy Mayor Keaveney, there should be an monthly update going out to the residents of Bayshore that provides a very clear sort of next steps, and the work has been done. I can also tell you that the transportation staff also had traffic counters placed as a baseline prior to the lines being painted, and we will be providing the results of that traffic counting data. The intent of the addition of the lines was purely to see whether or not those lines and the fog lines can in fact be calming measures for speed. And then staff had committed on a monthly basis to provide the residents of Bayshore Road an update of where that project stands.
Councillor Greenfield.
Worship through you to Victoria, if I may. Aiken Street, the short stretch between St. Vincent and Richmond. I was down there Friday and I couldn't help but notice there was a lot of heavy equipment parked along the street, courtesy of Cox Construction. I just wondering, do you happen to know if the hard surfacing went on today or did the wet weather prevent that?
Through your worship, I don't have a update today, but I do know that they have a couple of locations throughout our municipality that they were working on. So they're prioritizing their schedule based on the work that they need to complete. But I can take a peek and update council if it is completed today. Sorry, I am being told that yes, it was paved today. So you will see that section is done.
Thank you so much. Late breaking news is always important.
If I may, I'll ask a question. Similarly, there's a stretch of St. Vincent Street between Bridge Street and the harbor that has been a problem, a dust bowl all summer. And the question is there a plan? I know it resulted from a broken water main. So is there a plan to restore the St. Vincent Street and that stretch? Thank you, Dory.
Through your worship, I don't have a exact answer for that, but we do have operating project that we complete to make sure that water main break sections like that do get some type of hard surface on top. Depending on when those projects happen, sometimes it takes a longer period of time before that can happen because we need to do it all at once. But we can have a look at it and see if there's something that needs to happen in the interim before that project happens, as it could be something that doesn't occur until 2026. So we can take a peek at it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't. We've had a lot of really dry weather up until this weekend. So thank you for that. Any other questions? If not, we'll move on to our consent agenda. And we have 3 items here that have been before Committee of the Whole for discussion. And you know how this works, Council. You can choose to pass them all at once, or you can flag an item or more to be discussed in detail. So what's your wish? Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull C, please.
Councilor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was asking to pull B.
And I personally would want to pull A. So I think that we will deal with these individually then. So the first the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, authorize the use of the SIP refresh principles outlined in Report Development 2025-22 to guide and scope the review exercise. 2, direct staff to prepare a draft SIP for the purposes of public agency and committee council review. And 3, direct staff to plan for a public meeting and provide notice of the public meeting in accordance with the Planning Act. And 4, continue its pause on implementation of the 2022 SIP and all programs thereunder until such time as and this is Community Improvement Program refresh, is adopted. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Forder, thank you. Discussion. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I do have a question. I guess through you to Ms. Can, and I have mentioned this to Amy previously. On behalf of the Accessibility Committee, and I've asked this many times, I'm going to ask it again. I'm really hoping that there can be some kind of a condition put in to future grant loans, whatever, tax benefits for anyone who applies for some financial assistance from the municipality, that accessibility can be a part of the requirements. I really think that is an opportunity for us to make especially our downtown or any business through the municipality that does put in an application to try to encourage our businesses to include accessible entrances when they do their planning applications. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? If not, I just want to go on record that I feel strongly that we need to be competitive as a municipality, and all municipalities, or at least the majority, are making good use of these community improvement plans and programs to help small business, to help entrepreneurs starting a business, to just get a head start. And I think that I don't want to see us kick the can way down the road here. I know, like, I agree with having a public meeting. I think one of the things we really need to look at is can we make this program work across a large urban-rural community? Because it was originally begun as an urban project, but at the end of the day, we have a lot of business being conducted, throughout our rural areas. And I think that it's important that we do look at this carefully, but I want us to be careful not to be coming back in 27 or 28 trying to restart a SIP program, because we went without one for a long time anyway. So that's my comment. You ready to vote on this? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 2. The recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford 1 provide pre-budget approval for the operating project ES 2025-01 waste collection services in the amount of $1,375,894.81, including the municipality's non-refundable portion of HST. 2, approve the award of proposal and this is Environmental Services 2025-01 Waste Collection Services to Miller Waste Systems for $1,375,894.81, including the municipality's non-refundable portion of HST. And number 3, authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into the necessary agreement. Can I have a mover and seconder for this? Councillor Urick and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. A discussion? Councillor Urick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quick question on the actual, so on page 2 of the report, page 25 in the agenda, the last paragraph there says, as a result, municipalities will no longer be required to fund or directly manage these services following the transition date, expecting to provide financial relief to municipalities by removing the costs associated with residential recycling, collection, and processing, potentially resulting in significant long-term savings. And in the history of asking questions that can't be answered, do we have any idea what that kind of savings looks like? I know we're looking at 25-26. It's actually a $12,000 increase. So there's obviously not represented there. I'm just wondering what that looks like down the road and where those savings might be seen and what they might be.
For you, Mr. Mayor, again, I have no idea what the savings would be. I think we're all gonna sit back on January 1st and see what happens, with the residential. We would have saved a little bit more if we weren't doing the IC&I recycling. So we did still have to add a portion of it. Again, the way we wrote the contract, we can look at that year after year to see if that's still what we want to continue to do. I think with the timing this year, we had to just leave it in to keep status quo and make sure everybody's recycling is being picked up January 1st.
Other questions? Seeing none, are you ready to vote? All in favor? And that is passed unanimously. The third item, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford 1 approve an increase to the 2025 capital budget for the McCarroll Park Splash Pad project in the amount of $125,400 to address identified funding shortfalls for a revised total budget of $459,400. 2, direct the treasurer to transfer $120,000 from the eligible funding source through development charges. And 3, direct the treasurer to transfer $5,400 from the Parks Reserve. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Forder and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion on this item. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to propose an amendment for this recommendation, number 4, which would read that traffic calming measures and related signage for Bayfield Street be included in this project.
Okay, is there a seconder for this motion? Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. Maybe you'd like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there was a motion supported by this council some months ago that requested, a review of Bayfield Street and how traffic could be calmed, considering that we'll have this new splash pad, and we have the little beach just across the street, and there's a lot of traffic and children and dogs and cars going back and forth. So I think this is the time to make sure that we address that and that it's included here, and that this is in place in conjunction with the opening of the splash pad, so that we can do everything we can to make this a safe place for children to go back and forth.
Councillor Greenfield and then Councillor Yuri.
Thanks, your worship, and thanks, Deputy Mayor, for bringing that forward. I fully agree. These traffic calming measures, et cetera, not going to, I don't think, add a huge sum to the cost, and if it indeed saves a young life, it's going to be well worthwhile. So I totally agree that that clause should be added.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is not relevant to that, so Margaret will tell me whether or not I should address that now or whether we deal with the amendment first. But two things. One is we had talked last meeting about whether or not these costs are going to be inclusive of any kind of security measures. We talked about potentialities of older kids being in there after hours and not necessarily doing things they should be doing. So whether this kind of will cover, and again, that presumably will be a reasonably minor cost for things like automatic lighting, et cetera. But I'm hoping that that's part of the plan as well. The second one I wanted to ask about was the community engagement, communications and community engagement piece was $40,000, which is a third of the project. And I'm just wondering, that cost seems just a little high. It talks about for signage, promotional materials, targeted public engagement, and an opening event. I'm just wondering where they kind of $40,000 came from to do that. That's probably a Holly question, but.
I think, Tori, did you?
I'm happy to speak to the security. We do currently have cameras on the property, so I think it just depends if we are happy utilizing what we already have there and potentially maybe just relocate them as there's some things relocated on site, or if there is a feel that there's a need for additional security measures, then they would be in addition to the cost of the project, and we can look at what those are. But we do have cameras on the property currently, so we can continue to utilize them and maybe just shift them with the project.
Great, then I guess, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, then I guess it's just a matter of, can we look at what has bylaw management, like or enforcement, have we actually kind of been utilizing that? Have we been doing that? Or is this just something we need to kind of step up and pay more attention to? Because there have been reports of people being there and I'm just not sure anything's being done about it, so.
And through the mayor to Councillor Urick, thank you for the question. So you will see the way that communications is budgeted for be adjusted through the upcoming budget and be explained in a bit more detail. But for the purposes of the splash pad, I had the opportunity to sit down with the CAO with a number of the different managers, directors, and project managers a couple of months back to sit down and understand the different capital projects that we were doing, as well as outline the level of communications and the level of community impact and potential disruption of each of the projects. So through that exercise, we went and we classified the different levels that we would need from a lower to a higher level of community impact. And that is how we came to this number. So this is a project that was identified as having a high level of community impact. And this does factor in having a number of paid communications being used. So that does include radio, newspaper, and streaming, as well as mail outs. To budget for having community engagement in-person activity, as well as printing and signage on site. So that's just a placeholder to get us started. It doesn't commit us to spending all of the funds, but it does give us that healthy amount. And the goal with this, and we'll discuss it further throughout the budget process, but it's to get people involved early on and engaged in the process. So we don't see things like delays to the timing or misunderstood expectations of what a project would look like. So that's putting the funding into communications to help everyone get on board early and be on the same page with regards to expectations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe CAO Everett has a comment here as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. One question for council maybe to consider in the amended motion that we include that funding, additional funding be considered through the 2026 budget. One suggestion I would make would be we could move forward with the tender with some provisional items that at least allow us to get some pricing. But if those costs to this to the measures that council selected, if they were over and above, this would at least allow us to move forward with 2026 budget consideration. It might be more than what we are anticipating, just from the standpoint of we've got at least 3 roads that we're dealing with, and just making sure that flow moves smoothly through that area. I would suggest we're probably looking at $10,000 to $15,000 at a very high level, low traffic calming measure sort of mindset, but giving us the ability to come back to council with additional funding requests might be helpful.
So you might get your head together with Margaret, and hopefully we'll have a motion to hear for then as an amendment.
Thank
But-
you, Your Worship. If it works for the Deputy Mayor and Seconder, what I would suggest is that the motion be amended to add 4 direct staff to include traffic calming measures and related signage for Bayfield Street, with additional funding being considered through the 2026 budget. I think that captures both pieces. If there's more discussion required or a change, that's fine as well.
Mayor, if I may, I think this is really important. I want to see it happen. So I don't know if council would agree to have an amount included in the 26 budget, or do we want to wait and debate this again when we see the budget? Because we've got a situation here with the splash pad and the little beach and traffic and a newly paved road and just, a lot of people down there. And I think we should just go forward and make this happen rather than delay the potential for these traffic calming measures and appropriate signage until we get into the budget, and then we know what budget's like and we're looking for every dollar to eliminate. I just don't want to see this eliminated from the budget. So that'll be up to council, but I would like to see, if we think it's going to be $10,000 to $15,000, I'd like to know that that's going to be a definite in the budget.
Through Mr. Mayor, one piece that I'm just trying to think of, there may be opportunities that, just provide better accessibility through sidewalks. I know Bayfield Street that we're looking at is sidewalks on one side. Unfortunately, it's the wrong side for the splash pad. There might be the opportunity that we expand this, but there also might be an opportunity to use some different levels of funds, different sources of funding if we're expanding sidewalks, for instance. So it would be something that, if we could put into the tender some provisional items, but also give council some options that aren't just necessarily traffic calming, but enhancements to actually pedestrian active transportation, which will be over the 15 to 20. However, may limit the number of actually pedestrian crossing Bayfield Road or Bayshore Road. So it's a bigger nugget, but it's also an opportunity, and not trying to get too far into the budget and sort of the crystal ball. But we've talked about this master plan and active transportation pedestrian enhancements for the harbor and making that connection between harbor and the downtown core. There's some pretty cool pedestrian traffic calming measures that we could incorporate into this as the bigger picture, as well as looking at, maybe doing a better planning job of parking in that area as well. So it's a bigger picture. However, in 2026, it's a picture that we sort of want to paint for the community. So there's a lot of options when we can start looking at traffic calming, but also what is the design that section of road would have in 2027. I think it's a pretty exciting opportunity to look at it from that holistic view.
I don't see a yes there. So how are we going to resolve this? We need to finalize this motion, amending motion. Anybody else wish to speak on it? So let's hear the motion as it stands now, this amending motion.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Excuse me, at this time, the motion that was moved and seconded is that the motion be amended to add 4, direct staff to include traffic calming measures and related signage for Bayfield Street.
Let's go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if I may then, so we're leaving off for consideration in the 26 budget that this is going to go forward, but we don't have the pricing now. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on what we're voting for and what we're hoping to accomplish here. And I've heard the CIO speak to the potential for a grander project, which I think, is probably the right way to go about this, but just want to make sure at the very least that we get some signage at the very least included in what we're approving here today with the splash pad while we work on the greater program. And I did hear, 2027, I believe I heard the CAO suggest, so we're not delaying too long. So just, am I correct then? That's what we're voting on today?
I believe the suggestion from the CAO was to include the clause with additional funding be considered through the 2026 budget. Without that direction, there isn't a funding source. So if the mover and seconder agree to add that in, we can add that in as sort of a friendly amendment to make the motion include budget considerations. Without that, there isn't a funding source. So we would either have to have additional discussion or it would be it's up to grants at that point. Which
So we're amending the amendment. Yeah, we're going to add something to it. Is that your wish?
Correct. Yes, we're adding the revised amendment, yes, including discussion in the 26 budget for funding that may be required for these traffic calming measures.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Forder, thank you. So why don't we hear the amending motion as amended? And if you don't mind speaking up a bit, Margaret, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Thank you. My apologies. Okay, so that the motion be amended to add 4, direct staff to include traffic calming measures and related signage for Bayfield Street with additional funding to be considered through the 2026 budget.
Councillor Greenfield?
I'm okay with that. I was just thinking, 1, 2, and 3 all have dollar signs mentioned in, and I don't think we're putting in a projected sum in the 4th or in the amended motion. And here again, for budget concerns, budgets are built around numbers, and I think it would be good to have, if it's 15,000, to have it in. If it's 10,000, that all the better. But I just feel it would be a more complete motion if we did have a dollar number in it. It's up to council to decide on.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Forder?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I think we might be overcomplicating things a little bit here. we'll be able to decide this through the budget, and even if through the additional signage and calming measures, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be on the taxpayers to do this. Maybe there's a way we could figure out to do this through reserve funding. But we have options, but I think we save that discussion for budget time, but at least if it's added, then we can still ensure that the project is done to our satisfaction and that we can implement those traffic safety measures. But I don't think we need to necessarily get too much in the weeds because we're overcomplicating something we're not finally deciding on until budget season anyway. Just my thoughts, but I like the amended motion as is, and I'll be voting in favor of it.
Okay. I'd like to call that vote if you're ready. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So now we go back to the actual recommendation, now a four-part recommendation. And any further discussion? Can we vote on this now? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So moving on to items for consideration today, we've got a recommendation that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve the transfer to and from reserves and reserve funds as itemized in Report Finance 2025-18. A mover and a seconder for this one. Councillor Forder and Councillor Bell, thank you. And is it over to you?
Through you, Mayor Kentner. This is just a summarization of what we've moved out of things that you haven't approved by budget. So there were a number of items throughout when we were doing our audit that we found that we did not spend in 2024. So we've moved them to reserves to allow us to spend them in 25 or future years. I don't think there's anything in this bunch of items that you haven't seen in this type of forum before. Unless you have any questions, I'm good with.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm concerned about a couple of things, and thank you, Val, for providing this report. I remember at budget time last year, and we had quite a debate about training dollars, and we went round and round on that for a while, and we agreed in the end that it was critically important to increase the budget for training. And now I see that we didn't spend all of that. So I just wondered if we could hear from staff on what happened there, because I know staff presented, as I say, during budget about how important it was to increase that training budget. So I just wondered how we came not to utilize that.
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor to Deputy Mayor Keaveney. I think when we look at the training budget, I think there needs to be the absolute commitment to ensure that there are dollars for staff to be able to take part in training and professional development. I think for 2025, there was a lot of influx in the organization. I think what we were able to see, what I've been able to see in the first 6 months is we were a municipality that was not at full capacity, not at full staff resourcing. So as long as we have a lack of staff resourcing, it is tough to get into the training. I can tell you that from a CAO perspective, training is critical. We want to make sure that opportunities are provided. So moving forward, having that commitment is absolutely there. But I also am happy to say that over the last 2 to 3 months, I think we're almost close to full complement of staff. Which if we can maintain that, then there will be opportunities for staff to take training. 2025 was definitely a year of a lot of reaction and moving forward, giving staff that opportunity, both in-house as well as external training. Hopefully that's helpful. Thank you.
Don't see any other questions. Are you ready to vote on this? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Next item, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, direct the CAO to enter into an agreement to establish a partnership with the City of Owen Sound to provide support to Meaford building services as needed. 2, enact a bylaw to appoint inspectors from the City of Owen Sound. And 3, enact bylaws to appoint new building inspectors for the Municipality of Meaford. Mover and a seconder for this, Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Urick. Thank you. Discussion, Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just that I'm really happy to see this report. It is to your campaign theme, positive change. We've all heard, I think, many times, we've heard some negativity surrounding our building department, and now that we've made this change, I'm wondering about communication to our building community, because I think our developers and our builders and our contractors are going to be pleased to hear this, and I'm just wondering how we're going to let them know.
Go ahead. Amy.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. That's a great question. We will, once we get our approvals in place today, and the contents of our partnership agreement all worked out with the City of Owen Sound, we'll certainly communicate to the general public, as well as through mechanisms like our website and through Cloud Permit itself, so that certainly our builders know that if a vehicle drives up from the City of Owen Sound, or they see a new friendly face, what the origin of that is. So we're going to work with communications to send out those messages so that everybody's aware, and also create a transition and training plan as we work with the city and as we onboard our new staff members. So you'll see on your council agenda today 2 appointment bylaws for our newly recruited building inspectors. So looking forward to working with the City of Owen Sound to incorporate some training in that regard as well. So some exciting stuff.
Don't see any questions, so let's vote. Oh, sorry, go right ahead.
Yeah, sorry for jumping in late, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. I just have a question with regards to sort of the shared liability that takes place with a partnership like that. Maybe you could just comment a little bit and just let us know how that would work if there was ever an instance. Thank you.
And once again, through you, your worship. Building officials do have indemnification through their professional association and through their designations, but also the City of Owen Sound will be indemnified as sort of contractors through the municipality's insurance provider as well. So any litigation or things like that, heaven forbid, will be covered under those mechanisms.
Any further questions? I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item, the recommendation is that be it resolved that bylaw 2025-57, being a bylaw to appoint consulting building officials for the municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Bell and Councillor Forder. Thank you. Any discussion on this? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. And the next one is the recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2025-58, being a bylaw to appoint a building inspector for the municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Urick. Any discussion? Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, your worship. Just a comment. Starting a few weeks ago, when we assigned some building inspection responsibilities to the RSM company, the roving building inspectors, and coupled with that, and with these appointments here within the last few minutes, I think our planning department, our building department has taken major steps forward in strengthening our situation when it comes to building inspection and permits and all the other duties that are combined. And I'm very glad to see that. And as the deputy mayor mentioned, we need to get that word out there, because I think it will have a very positive impact in our municipality. Thank you.
I think I can sum it up in a pun. We are rebuilding our building department. And I just want to also tip of the hat to our CAO, who has lost no time in helping us shore things up. Another pun, sorry. Okay, the next is a recommendation, be it resolved. We didn't vote yet. Sorry, let's get that done. All in favor? Again, that's a unanimous decision. And finally here, I have the recommendation, be it resolved that bylaw 2025-59, being a bylaw to appoint a building inspector for the municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed. Mover and seconder, Deputy Mayor Keaveney and Councillor Forder. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously again, which allows us to move into committee of the whole. And the first recommendation, I guess the recommendation is, be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby go into committee of the whole at 2:14 p.m. And the first item is that Committee of the Whole recommend to Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, support in principle corporate sorry.
My apologies. We didn't get a mover and a seconder and a vote to move into committee of the
I
whole. I'm
beg your
sorry.
pardon.
We're
Okay.
looking forward to it, but thank you.
It's moved by Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Councillor Yurrig. All in favor? I was just getting very repetitive here. The recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend to Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, support in principle corporate organizational structure as attached, and 2, support the implementation of this corporate structure through the 2026 draft municipal budget with the organizational structure on the basis of a 3-year phase-in implementation plan. A mover and a seconder for this. Deputy Mayor Keaveney and Councillor Forder. Would you like to present CAO Everett? I think this is something we'd like to just get from.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And since my computer took this opportune time to refresh, I'm going to have to do this by memory. So for council, one of the goals and objectives that you had set for myself within the first 100 days was to be able to bring forward a updated corporate organizational structure. I'm happy to say that this has been a key focus and gave me an opportunity to be able to work with staff and review the organization and come up with what has been proposed. I would say that as an organization and as a structure, I'm a firm believer that municipalities should be reviewing their structures between every 5 and 8 years. Municipalities have typically been remiss in looking at structures. And quite frankly, municipalities often sat back and this is the same structure we had for 15, 20 years. But as municipalities get modernized, as the province downloads onto municipalities, the need to reflect and make sure that the structure that the municipality has is effective is never been more important. So not a lot of changes were required per se. It was really about setting up a reporting structure that the goal is at any given time, a staff member can be asked what department, who do you report to? Should across the organization be a very simple question to answer. So what I brought forward has been really a department of six departments, an organization of 6 departments. First being the Chief Administrative Officer, and that in that office there would be the Human Resources, Fire and Corporate Health and Safety, and then Communications and Customer Service, as well as Legal. I will say that it's not typical that communications and customer service would be something that would be necessarily reporting to the CAO. However, it's very clear to me that one of the priorities with council is enhancement to communications and customer service. So I view that over the next couple of years, communication and customer service would be within the office of the CAO, get fine tuned and get to a point where it could find a new home potentially, but felt that it was a real opportunity to report directly to the CAO to make sure that that progress is made, and also transitioning from one council to a next council just to make sure that that level of service is maintained. Once we get into the other departments, we have the legislative services, which is governance, records retention, and freedom of information, as well as municipal enforcement. Legislative services, a lot of the work that gets done in this department doesn't necessarily get seen by the public. I would say that one of the areas that is probably the highest level of probably newer pressure points in a municipality is freedom of informations. Freedom of information is where a member of the public can go through a process and receive information, receive files. The municipality has very little cost recovery to that, and there are timeframes, and it's becoming more and more, and Meaford is no different than any other municipality. This is becoming more and more prevalent. So trying to build capacity for not only freedom of information, but records retention. They are hand in hand. If you have good records retention, it becomes very much more efficient to be able to respond to those other types of requests. Corporate services, essentially financial services, what we have today would be finance, information technology and GIS, purchasing and risk management, and tangible capital assets. We have development services, which is planning, building, as well as I thought that there was a real important need for economic development and community growth within development services. And when I say economic development, it's not events. It's not parades. It's not all those are great opportunities, but economic development in the purest sense of the word is, looking at marketing the municipality, both from an industrial, commercial, even a residential, but looking at more of the planning elements of bringing the types of business and industry that the community wants and needs. Infrastructure and public works. This is probably where the biggest change in one structure, in the current structure to the new structure. Right now, infrastructure and public works is more of transportation, environmental services, but it also has engineering is outside of this portfolio as it is right now. So my recommendation was infrastructure and public works will actually incorporate engineering and capital projects, water, wastewater, and solid waste services, facilities from the brick and mortar type of business, not the actual operations, and transportation and fleet. So that streamlines the infrastructure and public works, because today under operations, recreation and community services falls within operations. So lastly, the fifth department, actually the sixth department, is community services. And this breaks out the cultural services, parks and trails, recreation facilities on the operations side, and programming and special events. So this is a structure that is a very typical structure for municipalities in the 2020s. It gives very clear reporting structures, but ultimately it allows the directors and managers the opportunity to have a portfolio that is within reason. Right now, we have some departments that, quite frankly, just the vast size and the range of scope is very concerning, and quite frankly, it's overwhelming. So the plan is to move forward with this structure. My suggestion is over the next 3 years, we will phase it in. I believe the phase-in is incredibly important. This process allows us to be nimble and flexible. If we find that as we move forward with positions, we may find that we're light on resources, but it also gives us an opportunity to reflect, and maybe we have brought somebody in and actually a position that we thought maybe is required may not be required. So it really just gives us the opportunity, rather than just say, okay, this is the structure, this is what we're doing. On the divisional side of it, it gives us the opportunity over the 3 years just be very financially responsible. It also is built on the concept of status quo operations, but moving forward, really focusing on the must-dos and the should-dos. I will say, as a municipality, we do a lot of nice-to-dos. And the nice-to-dos, most times that's what everybody sees, but there are costs. And as council, you've seen a few reports that come forward that basically outline what is the real cost to doing these types of programs. Not saying that we shouldn't do these programs, but I think it is a responsibility of staff to inform council that there is an actual cost to this. And we may be doing project A and B, that's a nice to do, which actually may hinder staff from being able to get to the should do's and the must do's. So the one I always attribute to is, often hear about weed growth in the ditches, and if we are doing a nice to do that's got some local pressure, chances are that same crew is the crew that will actually be out cutting the weeds in the ditches, and we don't get to those. So being able to say to council, like, if we want to do the nice to do's, we still have to focus on the should do's and the must do's. So, and it's actually, I'm a strong believer that, council, when we talk about budgets and we talk about staff resources, the budget is a child of council. Budget, council owns the budget. When you give us the budget, then it's our opportunity and our responsibility to execute. And I'm a firm believer that council can only pass a budget if council fully understands what the level of service is that is being provided, the budget allows for. So I'm extremely happy. I want to thank staff. Staff was very committed. I've brought this proposed structure to council or to staff twice internally, and looking forward to being able to move this forward over the next 4 to 5 months. The report identifies some key positions that we'd like to move forward on to be able to get this structure in place, and ultimately being able to have a reporting structure not only for staff, but myself and for council. So when the people that you're looking for the information from are all in a good position to be able to provide that. And lastly, I believe that this structure allows us to get the work done that we say we're going to get done, as well as, more importantly, that council has asked us to do. The common theme that I've lived by this for the last number of years. Council governs, staff manages. Whatever council would like us to bring forward, or would like the municipality to move forward with, we are your trusted advisors. Staff is your trusted advisors. And we give information, but we take direction from you. So this is a good opportunity, I believe, that sets the organization to be able to move forward in a very positive way. So any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Let's go with some questions then for CAO Everett, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to start by congratulating CAO Everett. This is a really important piece of work, and we've been looking forward to it as a council, and I know it's been a main priority for you. So very pleased to see this on Local Government Week. Just a quick question for clarification. Under corporate services, tangible capital assets, does that equate to asset management?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it does. Tangible capital assets, which is a very big priority for us.
Councilor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll echo the deputy mayor's comments. Well done. It's probably long overdue, and it's really nice to see he was really well prepared. Two really kind of higher reaching questions. One is, it's going to be about AI utilization. Obviously, that horse has left the barn, and as much as people have many concerns about it, being at Roma or Amo, when you hear other municipalities who are embracing it because it tends to, help with redundant tasks, and it helps with a lot of researching and various things. I think Orangeville comes to mind that has really embraced it. So whether or not how that's going to fit into it, I mean, obviously you don't have one department because it touches everything. I was wondering if you have kind of a plan that it is going to definitely be part of the overall processes of how this is going to kind of work long term. And if I'll just throw a second one at you, how this kind of works still into our pillars. Just because we have that kind of set up, we have advisory committees that set up accordingly to that. Some of them are robust, some of them not so much. So how do we see this kind of impacting those pillars, and then to trickle down on that, how is that going to impact public engagement through those kind of platforms?
Through Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor, your great questions. When the question around the AI, I'm of a generation that I struggle with AI. I think it has a use for sure, but I also know that the bulk of information that AI gets is from the internet, and last time I looked at, not everything on the internet is fact. I know I've learned a lot from staff in how to utilize it. I'm happy to say that I'm open to it, but I will also be a bit of the critic. That where it makes sense and where it can be fact tested, I fully support, but I do go into it as a bit of the critic in it. So the second part to your question, the pillars are absolutely essential because that is what council has set. I think this organizational structure will allow for the appropriate staffing to work with advisory committees. One thing I would like to see the advisory committees do, and I say this with caution because some people will say that it's staff trying to run the advisory committees, and it's not. I just think there is a benefit of more staff-driven reports that go to advisory committees. Right now, I believe, the advisory committees, I think the range of their success is varied. I do think they would benefit from being the recipients of staff reports that can be discussed at advisory committees, because it also makes how they go to council and committee of the whole a little bit more streamlined. I think making sure that advisory committees stay within the scope. I think reviewing their terms of reference. I think the terms of reference should be reviewed every year. And the other thing is, it's okay to acknowledge where, sometimes an advisory committee runs out of things to do, and that's okay. An advisory committee can be dissolved. However, if the advisory committee starts seeing that the work that they're wanting to do is outside of the scope of their terms of reference, they can come to council and ask for an amendment to the terms of reference, because it's council that provides the direction to the advisory committees. The advisory committees actually don't provide direction to council. So I think having those pillars, which ultimately your advisory committees were built around the pillars, I think falls in line with what this corporate structure is able to maybe enhance.
Okay, I'd like to go around the table too. I maybe come back to you, if that's all right.
I was just going to follow up and just
Sure.
say that, thank you. I agree with everything 100%, particularly the AI aspect. Yeah, AI shouldn't be, you don't dive into it, just trust it. I think what we really do need to though is lean on a couple of other municipalities who have adopted it, who already have learned the process. Let's learn from their mistakes. Because what it is, AI is not necessarily just scanning the internet. It's improving your internal processes. That's more what I'm talking about, report writing, that makes it much easier and quicker, that only have to be reviewed versus kind of reinventing the wheel. So yeah, I'm not totally also on board with going out and yeah, let's trust the internet for all for future reports. No.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I have a question for Mr. Everett. But first of all, I want to say that it is not only his generation that has a problem with AI. They're not alone. And thanks for bringing forward this chart, and I know you put a lot of time and consideration into it. There's only one little block that I wonder that I'm okay, certainly okay with it staying under community services, but the last block, programming and special events, I wondered if it couldn't be over under economic development and community growth. I can see a connection with them, and I'm, as I say, I'm quite okay with it staying under community services, but I wondered, I know we can't have it in two places, but I thought maybe it could fit under development services as a bit of an outlier to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Greenfield, for the question. I've seen it done both ways, where the programming and special events, more so the special events, tie in with economic development. Typically, because there are so many special events, and in particular in Meaford, like Meaford has a lot of special events. When there's something that busy, it usually takes the front seat. And I think Meaford is a municipality that is in a position where economic development in its purest form, industrial, commercial, needs to be in the front seat. I think with the special events in particular, I think bringing forward a special events bylaw, getting policies and procedures in place, I think will streamline the special events and make it that much more different than economic development. I think right now, with the lack of maybe procedure, it really feels like every event, it's all hands on deck, and we're not really connected. Where what I'm used to with a special event process, you have one staff lead, and internal staff are well connected, well informed, and then economic development can be more of that real. It's really more of a planning exercise, from the industrial zoning, the commercial zoning, and trying to market the municipality to get more business into the area. That's just my perspective. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I just like to comment that the reason I'm so enthusiastic about this is I have seen a change. I don't spend 8 hours a day, 5 days a week in the office, but I spend a little time in there, and I see a big change in happiness. And I think it stems largely from you spent a lot of time talking to staff about how we needed to reorganize and structure ourselves for the future, and I think that's paying off. Can I call the vote? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And I can't be too happy to move on to the next one. The recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve the pre-approval for the 2026 Beautiful Joe Pedestrian Bridge Capital Project as outlined in this report. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Uhrig and Councillor Forder. Does anyone wish to speak to this from staff?
I can speak to this, Mr. Mayor. So I bring this report forward just as a result of a number of discussions that I've had and with individuals who are looking to move forward with not only the pedestrian bridge, but also to look at the development of the parkland adjacent to the river and Beautiful Joe Park. Doing the review, and just be mindful again, my computer's still going through. So this project has been on the books for quite some time. And I think there's been a number of opportunities where council has provided direction to staff to move this project forward. In my review of where we are with this project, I believe it was in 2020, there was a direction that was provided to staff to have a hydraulical survey done of the site. I can tell you that work was budgeted, however, did not move forward. And I'm happy to say that the Beautiful Joe Historical Society have reached their goal of $130,000 for the bridge. So looking at this project and seeing that there is definitely the desire from the Historical Society, and I believe from what I've read in previous reports, council also would like to see this project move forward. This would allow us to move forward this pre-approval with the hydraulical study. I think we'll also be looking at the potential of doing some archaeological on the site, making sure that the studies are completed. In particular on the property that was donated to the municipality, I believe in 1984, by the Grey Salvo Conservation Authority. And the other opportunity that exists is with the work that is being done proposed on Trowbridge West. I believe that there is potentially the economy of scale on potentially even combining these two projects. As you know, there will be a removal of some fill during a construction project. When I've looked at what's commonly referred to as Legion Park, Legion Park is actually sitting in a bowl. And from the original discussions and concept, the Legion Park identified some washrooms. The intention would be to really want to rise the elevation of Legion Park up, which would allow for some effectiveness if we wanted to do washrooms there, but it also gives us the opportunity to, if we were to take a look at enhancement to parking, and if we had to do storm drainage off the site, that elevation would be actually helpful as well. So the discussions that we've had with the Historical Society, Legion Park improvements, real focus on having that become the pedestrian access point to Beautiful Joe would also allow for the removal of or limited access to Beautiful Joe through the existing entrance, more of a service entrance. So that is a bit of a problem, entrance exit up the big hill. So that would allow us to do some pedestrian access, main pedestrian access from Legion Park over. The other thing is that there seems to be a real desire to consider where there would be charter buses coming up, making sure that there was adequate trailhead amenities that could be on that Legion Park site to be able to host those types of larger vehicles. So there's a lot of moving parts to this. I'm happy to say that in the current development charge study, there were dollars that were, I think $440,000 were put in the development charge study for Legion Park. We have $130,000 from Beautiful Joe. I would say, in talking to the Historical Society, their mindset of the $130,000 was the purchase of the bridge, not the installation. So, they've been very forthright in what their fundraising was for. It wasn't for the installation. But there's also some opportunities that, use of reserves could be utilized as well. This first phase, I will tell you that once we get the engineering done and these studies done, we'll be able to perfect the final cost based on that information. Because a lot of the information that we gather from the first studies will also tell us what is the span of bridge. It's the span of bridge, I can tell you, isn't going to be from one side of the bridge, edge of river to the other edge. There will need to be quite a bit of an apron that is required to be able to host that bridge. So once we get that, then we come forward with more information and some decision points for council to be able to consider how this project moves forward. But there seemed to be the desire to at least get this project pre-approved to be able to move forward to get that additional information. Thank you.
So with that in mind, are you ready to vote or do you want to ask questions? Okay, Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again, Sean. Great explanation and really happy to see this kind of at least coming to fruition. And speaking with Beautiful Joe committee, they're very open to, because they've reached their 130,000 goal. They're very willing to continue fundraising to try and still get more funds. That was a goal, not necessarily an end. So they're looking to do that. So I guess my question is, because through the report, it talks about realistically probably 28 as being kind of the reality on this. And I'm just wondering whether, because we've already had such a long wait for this already, and I know it makes more sense to do all the work at once rather than trying to parse it out because that costs more money. Having said that, the park development aspect of it, for example, washrooms could be put in after the fact as opposed to having be done in phase one. So is there any potentiality for that to be the bridge installation being a 2027 project? Everybody wants to see it done sooner than later. I know you do too, but I know the realities of costing. But if there's any way of kind of doing that incrementally without increasing cost dramatically, whether there is a possibility of moving that bridge installation up somewhat and then doing some of the other park development, i.e. the washrooms later.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, great points, and quite frankly, that's what I would envision, because the bridge work will be done probably through a very specialized type of project. That work could be done prior to the parkland full development, for sure. Is it no different? Like Legion Park, there's a lot of work that could be done sooner than later on Legion Park. I think the communication piece for Legion Park too will also require the fact that a number of trees will be lost. Most of them are ash. But communicating with the public very, very clearly and identifying which trees they are, I think will be a key piece to make sure that the community is fully aware. No different than there is some work that has to be done at Beautiful Joe to also accommodate and some. There is some land right now that Gray Saba Conservation Authority owns that is pretty much right where the bridge will access. So having those discussion with Gray Saba as well, from that whole communication piece can be done at any time.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just follow up and thank you for bringing up Gray Saba because we've had conversations recently. I've been talking to CAO about, and again, it becomes always a part of the bigger picture. So you're right, that's Beautiful Joe, that's that side of the bridge. And of course, we always harken back to the other side with Throat Hollow. And although it's not totally related, it's totally adjacent because they're very concerned about what's going to happen moving forward with the erosion issues. Although they're probably, I think the bottom line was something along the lines of they're not really prepared to do anything about it. So that becomes a bit of a rock and a hard place scenario because that will have an impact on water flow coming through, et cetera. So there is some connection there. Having said that, that trail that that kind of sector there is the entrance to Trout Hollow as well as Beautiful Joe. So it's a very kind of pivotal recreational space for us. So we really do need to keep our eye on how that's going to impact back with the river course and what's going to be done with that inevitably. So I just want to always make sure that that's kind of also front of mind as well in these conversations and investigations. Thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This, to this councillor is another reminder. A number of years ago, when we were talking about doing the new library, there were people who put their money up front to see that come to fruition. And there's another group of people here, maybe some of the same, that want to see something like this move ahead. And they have put their shoulder to the wheel, as it were, and they've come up with 130,000. My fellow councillor Urick, I guess, in contact with them, you're saying that they're going to keep on keeping on. That's tremendous. It really is. In your report, you commented, Mr. CAO, on the development charges. So I just like to have it really stated quite clear right here now. We had comments when I mentioned about the library being built, and there was numbers put forward all the way through the project. And this councillor thought for sure that there was money in the bank, that we actually could write a check. And at the end of the day on that project, we ended up taking out a long-term loan. We are going to be paying interest on money on futures. And I know in our council today, we have other monies that we're going to be talking about. I just like reassurance that development charges, the parkland reserves and other parkland reserves, the money is in the bank and we can use it. That's just as straight up as I can be on that. And as you mentioned, when we get the full report, we'll get to truly see the numbers. But my question is, we've got money in the bank to do what we say we're going to do. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bell. So in regards to the reserves are good. The development charges, we have a number of projects that if we were to move forward, those projects all in development charges, we wouldn't have adequate DCs on the recreation side. I will say that, you know, as we move forward with the development charge study, the next study, there are a number of projects that I think we need to look at again, just to make sure if they are actually priorities and we have a plan moving forward. DCs at this level, I think we are short on some of the DCs. However, with development moving forward, having those DCs for each one of those units is helpful. But today we would be going into the red in development charges for the recreation side.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks to you, Mr. Everett. I have a question, and it was aimed around development charges, and so I guess maybe through you, Your Worship, to our treasurer, Valerie. You have to correct me because I think I remember at one time, and this likely goes back at least 3 or 4 years. I thought there was going to be money coming from a company that's planning a rather large condo unit across the road from Regent Park. Now, I hope I'm still within my legal bounds to say that much. I won't name any names. I think I remember an amount of $300,000. Now, what I can't remember, did that refer to development charges for a specific project, or as Councillor Bell says, is this just the whole bundle kind of contributing some money. Tell me if I'm way off track.
Through you, Mayor Kentner, to Councillor Greenfield. We did review the agreement and there was nothing in the development agreement, but there would be development charges charged to the developer at the time. So yes, it would come from development charges. There's no pledge for additional monies other than that, I don't believe.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the only additional money in regards from a parkland perspective, I believe there is 30,000, just over $30,000 in the development agreement. That was per parkland dedication, but nothing beyond that.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to get that clear in my mind. Thank you.
Don't see any more questions. Are we ready to vote? All in favor? And that is passed unanimously again. The next recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommends to the Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, approve option A presented in this report as the continued use of the current official land acknowledgement for the Municipality of Meaford, and 2, direct staff to develop a council and staff training program that supports the meaningful and thoughtful understanding of truth and reconciliation that in turn supports the relationships with our Indigenous communities. A mover and a seconder for this. Councillor Greenfield and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Would you like to speak to that, CEO Everett?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So this report is really a housekeeping item. Previously, I believe it was in 2024, Council had asked for a review of the land acknowledgement policy. The policy that was done was back in 2021. Reviewing the land acknowledgement from a staff perspective, the recommendation before you is the recommendation to maintain the current use of the land acknowledgement. However, putting more emphasis on the training portion of what the land acknowledgement is and truth reconciliation. We believe that, the land acknowledgement that we currently use did have the benefit of a significant amount of public consultation that created that the current wording. And I truly believe that moving beyond just words and doing the training is absolutely critical and essential. With full disclosure, and this is as a result of trying to do way too many reports, the report does show 3 options, with option B and option C being the exact same. That is me in my rush to get this report to council. I take full ownership of that, and in no way, shape, or form lessens the importance of the consideration that was put into the current land acknowledgement is a very good land acknowledgement. It also had the blessing of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, and it's high time that from a staff perspective we do the training to make sure that all staff is fully aware and understanding of what this means and what truth and reconciliation means as well. Thank you.
I want to thank you again for the report and for the arrangements for the training, because I've been advocating this, ever since I was elected as mayor. And I'm just really pleased that we are finally there and can benefit so much from this exercise. Any Councillor Porter? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and thank you, Mr. CAO, for this report. And certainly the training is absolutely critical, and I look forward to that, as I'm sure we all do. I have received some correspondence from residents just regarding the accuracy of land acknowledgements and concerns about treaty boundaries. So just for the public record, I was just hoping, Mr. CAO, you might be able to just confirm the municipality's jurisdiction and responsibilities in relation to Indigenous land rights and treaty interpretations, and maybe clarify the decision-making authorities that these matters fall under. Just for those that might be listening that may not totally understand who's responsible, for if there's a land dispute or any kind of thing like that. It'd be very helpful if you could just make a comment on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Forder. So when it comes to the decision making, I would have to say that the level of government that makes the decision would be the federal level. So from a municipality perspective, we take our guidance from that perspective. And then, as I mentioned before, the development of this was done in consultation with Saugeen Ojibway Nation. But ultimately, when we look at treated rights, that is a federal jurisdiction.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I as well appreciate this report. You know, in the spirit of continuous improvement, I think this education is critical, following the approach of Grey County, where we had a significant education at that level. I think the mayor and I felt that was really helpful as we made decisions about the land acknowledgement that was presented to us. My one question, I'm wondering, during the education, if we could give some consideration to the use of the land acknowledgement when it is said, because sometimes I think it can be overused and then it loses its significance. So I just want us to have a conversation about using the land acknowledgement when it's appropriate, and making certain that as we do so, that we do so in a really respectful manner.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and again, thanks, Sean. Again, a good report. It was ironic because I just on last Thursday I'm on the Grey Sauble Conservation Authority Indigenous Relations Committee, and we met to discuss. That committee was struggling as well as I move forward. And again, they carry a much broader geographical area that covers a lot of different treaty areas and just lands in general. It's very interesting because one of the persons that's on there is Métis. Their concern was when I kind of told them about what we were discussing and kind of some of the issues we've heard from the public, they were honestly offended. They said the purpose of the land acknowledgement should not be geographically bound even. I mean, this is supposed to be an acknowledgement from the settlers to all the peoples of the lands that were here before, and it has not come down to say, yeah, because we're in here, we're going to thank these people. This is having respect from that nation to all of those nations. So her response was literally, if you're going to say it and just kind of it's rote, don't bother. If you're going to actually sincerely acknowledge the fact that there's been a lot of past transgressions and you are acknowledging it as a whole sincerely, then it doesn't matter whether it's this treaty, that treaty, that treaty. We're going to be discussing that at our next GSCA meeting as well. And again, I'm sure through the county or through GSCA, because they have some direct connections with SON as well. If you want to, I can also connect you with them. So you could also, it's good to get a broad spectrum of obviously opinions on this from various bodies. And I would be happy to just sort of kind of forward that as well so you could connect.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Might surprise some of my fellow councillors, and I watch a particular television broadcast station called the APTN, Aboriginal People's Television Network, and I tune into it quite frequently, and I watch them with their news, and I watch them do it their way, and it basically says, our life and our nation. There's a program that's on there called Nation to Nation, and it's their nation to the nation of Canada. And I find that watching that gives me a different perspective than I ever had in my younger life. It's something that's transpiring now. And The only thing that I've ever thought about when we say these words, seated and unseated, and the seating of something is actually used, like even in World War I, when the armistice was called, they ceded, they quit, they surrendered. And then you have where it says unseated, and it's not surrendered, and it is theirs forever. And so that is something which to me is quite critical. When my fellow counselor said about responsibilities, it is federal, and there's I should have brought the documents today to support my comments. There's comments made about the federal government when there's projects that are being concerned, they must consult with First Nations. The province of Ontario on things must consult with First Nations. There's also a portion in there about municipalities being the creature of the province. It doesn't actually say that we actually have to, but we do. And we have had reports time and time again when somebody's going to be doing something somewhere about something, and there's a long list of those that were contacted, and we get First Nations making comment, and generally they say, we don't have anything to say in opposition to this project, but they've been consulted. And so this is a dynamic change in the way we as peoples think. I mean, Mr. CIO, you said something about when basically when the white settlers came from Europe, we came over to New France, and you know, it all started there with the fur trade and who was bringing what, and the coming together of literally nations. So the building of Canada is built upon relationships, good and bad, between the white Europeans who came and those that were here before. Canada has got a great history. You should read some of it. It's actually quite dynamic. So when we say what we're doing here today, and the comment was rendered, fellow councillor Urig, about what, if I can say this word, and tell me right away if I can't say it, which tribe should be talked about and which one shouldn't, and as times have changed, and who is there. So my forefathers came from Scotland. Can I claim that I am Scottish? Well, I guess if you do some DNA, I'm probably somewhat Scottish. However, the dynamics have changed. And if my forefathers had made an agreement with Queen Victoria on something, getting our land, which is a deed from the crown, after 7 generations, now here we are today, all we're going to recognize is there were folks that were here before, a long time before. So I think it's nice to have a refresh on this. I think it's really wholesome to have a refresh on this. And I'm glad the report says that there was really good consultation with Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. I've often wondered what they truly think when a council like this says something about their heritage, how they have their comments for us so that we're not doing something. And I think Councillor Urig, you said something which is very important. How genuine are we? Are we genuine? Or are we doing it because it's a piece of paper that we can read every council meeting and we go through the motion? So if we're genuine, I think it's wholesome. So I went on a little bit sometimes like this, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. So thank you.
Councillor Urig.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing I should have mentioned as well, so from the educational aspect, thank you very much, because that is a really important component, as was pointed out at the committee meeting. Ironically, I know that the library has an Indigenous workshop coming up, but also, so what was discussed, one of the GSCA employees is they're actually creating a backpack sign out policy. I've already connected her with Lynn Fascinato, so that, and Lynn thanked me because they are all over it. The Owen Sound Library already does this, so they're creating these backpacks that have Indigenous and environmental lessons that are kind of in there, language, all kinds of different things. So it's the kind of thing, once again, if you're going to walk the walk, all of our facilities should be doing something. The library should be on point from an educational perspective. So Lynn is going to be working with them on this to hopefully get that into Meaford as well. So once again, we are trying to move positive steps forward on the education process.
Well, go ahead, Council Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very interesting topic. First of all, I want to say that I'm very, very pleased that our council is presenting an acknowledgement at the first of our meetings. It is very important. It is very warranted. As far as getting the names correct and so on and so forth, I mean, we can refer to the various treaties, and there have been many, and there's even some debate about which ones apply the closest to our immediate area, but I don't want to get into that. That's for someone else to decide. One thing that I'd really like to hear are the words of the elders of the First Nations community, and maybe meeting with them for a session or two or three would be most rewarding to the First Nations people did not do a good job of writing down their history. Unfortunately, that history has been written by French and English authors who sometimes tended to be a little biased about some of their opinions. So I'd really like to hear the spoken word of what might be appropriate for a land acknowledgement. And I must confess, I'm a child, a very old child of the Hollywood Western. And it's only really been about the last 20 years that I really started to delve into, what the First Nations, not only the ones in the United States, but the ones here in Canada and the ones in our area, what they were really all about. The Ojibwe, the Chippewa. At one time we had, although they were kind of down in the southeast of our area, hundreds and thousands of Huron First Nations. And they flourished until, as I understand it, they got into trading disputes with the Iroquois, and that did not fare well with the Huron. But they're, as far as naming individual tribes, nations, we could go on and on. I'm glad we've included the Métis ever since the French, primarily under Champlain, were in our area back in a little after 1600. The Métis have been a very important factor in the settling and development and trade in our country. But as I say, I've learned a lot in the recent years, but I think I've still got a lot to learn. The Ojibways, they hunted, yes, they fished, yes, they farmed. They had crops, they grew crops. Certainly not the way we do them today, but they survived under extreme conditions, and to a degree they flourished. And I'm really glad that we are acknowledging that. We're recognizing the input that they had in our area to the land, to the air, to the water of our area. And we need to keep this going. We need to learn more and be aware of it and display our past. It didn't just start when the Europeans landed on our shores.
I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? And that's again passed unanimously. The next item, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to proceed with the closure dates for the remaining dates in 2025 and those coming up in 2026, as outlined in Report CAO 25-32, Office and Facility Closure Dates 2025-2026, which outlines the closure of the municipal office. Mover and a seconder for this report, Councillor Forder and Councillor Uhrig. Is there any discussion or questions? Councillor Uhrig?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Don't really have any really great issue. I guess my only question is regarding facilities like Meaford Hall, Museum, the Community Center. When we talk about closing that over, for example, the Christmas season. And I know that unless, and it said in there, it did specify unless there were events that were kind of pre-booked or whatever, but again, just from that active tourism angle of those being times when there are lots of people home, there are lots of people visiting, it just seems to me that having a place like Meaford Hall closed could kind of be a bit of a detriment as opposed to kind of espousing what our town has to offer. So I noticed it did say in there that employees could work on an in lieu of basis. But I'm just wondering if those particular facilities that are public facing recreationally, whether we should be considering those as being, I hate to use the word essential, but important to our community.
Do you wish to respond? Oh, okay, we've got a response coming.
Right, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Yurik's question, I believe that will be up to the manager to meet the operational needs of the municipality. So this really just focuses on the municipal administration office, and then those facility heads would make the decision for those facilities again to meet those operational needs. So Meaford Hall would not close if there was an event.
Thanks, Holly. And that's sort of my point, is whether it should be kind of a operational decision based on actual decisions based on management, or whether we should be looking at, is that a service we should be having open regardless? Meaford Hall in particular. That's my only question, is whether or not this is something we need to be addressing to say, and again, I hate to use the word essential service, but something that is really it's an intangible that people come to visit us during Christmas week and they go, oh, the Meaford Hall's closed. And so nobody can go in and see the galleries, nobody can, it's just, it seems to be a bit of a loss for our perspective. So that's my only concern.
Okay, you want to discuss it further, or are you ready to vote? Okay, all in favor? And that's accepted unanimously. Thank you. The next recommendation, that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford enact a bylaw to adopt the municipal alcohol policy as amended and presented in this report. A mover and a seconder for this, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Uhrig. Did you wish to comment, CEO?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report is brought forward as a housekeeping item. The municipal alcohol policy was last reviewed in 2020. Gave us an opportunity through this process, and just after going through a number of events, which have essentially had event organizers come to council asking for municipal significant designation, and then just the question of where there is the serving of alcohol, does our municipal alcohol policy actually allow for the serving of alcohol? So I went through this policy, basically just did a refresh of it. asked staff in regards to the locations that were identified in the existing or current policy. Are they still relevant, and are there other locations that need to be added? So the existing policy, for instance, showed the third floor of the library. Well, that's just an outdated um, um, piece in the policy that we've cleaned up. I will say that I did take the opportunity to include sidewalks where staff designate. So those are oftentimes, for instance, the patio program. Technically, those sidewalks were not identified in the municipal alcohol policy. So this would actually allow for patios to be used. So it really is just a refresh of the policy that gives staff the opportunity to move these events a little bit quicker. But it also allows staff, where needed, to be the ones who designate the areas that the special occasion permit or the serving and consumption of alcohol can actually take place. So it's really a housekeeping item. Thank you.
So I will call the vote on. Sorry, did you wish to speak, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I did have a question, if I may. On page 9, I was just confused by this one, 2.5.5. The sale of tickets will cease a half hour before the bar closes and will open back up 15 minutes after the bar closes.
That's a neat catch.
Yeah, so just a bit of confusion there. And I did have one question, if I may. I'm just wondering through this process if we should also take the time to review sort of the breakdown of funds if a service club hires a municipality to run a bar and then there's a percentage of the bar that comes back. And maybe that's perfect the way it is, but I just thought while we're going through all of this, maybe we should just have a gander at that as well and make sure we're still comfortable with that breakdown.
Through Mr. Mayor. So just in regards to the section in regards to the bar closes and then opens back up, I'll work on the wording. The key thing is that drink tickets after the bar closes and reopens, that tickets are refundable. So if somebody has went ahead and bought, 10 tickets, and after the bar closes, they will reopen to only refund tickets. So I believe that's actually a requirement of the AGCO. The second piece, I'll do a little bit of a deeper dive on that one. I wasn't familiar with service clubs getting, are they getting a cut of the bar proceeds? Okay. I'll work with staff to better understand what can be done and what can't be done through that process.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Everett. Reading through this, I couldn't help but notice the responsibilities of the permit holders, the people who take out the permits, and as I say, a lot of responsibilities, potential, a lot of liability. Is there any kind of a crash course that when somebody comes in that and wants to take out a permit, do they get a briefing, maybe even a fairly firm briefing of, hey, you're responsible for a lot of things at this activity?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Greenfield, easy response would be no. And from somebody who just went through this process of having their daughters buck and doe and being the license holder, there is a ton. There is an absolute ton of responsibility, and it used to be where service clubs could actually list the service club as the license holder, and you can't do that anymore. It actually has to be an individual. So we require, from a municipality's perspective, proof of insurance, holding the town as an additional insured. It's unbelievably easy now to get a liquor license. However, the responsibility and the liability has never been so higher. So it's quite frankly shocking how easy it is to get a special occasion. It took me all of 3 minutes. And and there's nothing that tells me exactly what I'm responsible for. So it really is, and from a municipality's perspective, we want to be very cautious of the information that we give because we don't want to be held liable. And it's for those who are hosting and having the permit. That's why I did strengthen some of the wording because it is really the responsibility of the permit holder to be responsible for that event.
Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, yeah, I wouldn't want to take responsibility for any education in that prospect because it seems to be written in sand and changes all the time. And if you're teaching somebody something and it's changed, then who's liable? So I think, yeah, that's you hate to say it, but it's buyer beware. If you're holding an event, you've got to be responsible to find out what the rules are and follow them because they change drastically. I just wanted to comment that I think this is really good and I thank you for doing it because I think it is really, really important that we have this in place. I really like the fact that there can be designated municipal properties that can be assigned accordingly because, I mean, those are taxpayer dollars that are actually running those facilities. So if we can utilize them for whatever events might be applicable, as long as it falls within the guidelines, that's great. My only question was on page 123 when it said staff can approve designations more quickly without waiting for a council meeting. And I do want to expedite everything as much as possible. And I think that that makes perfect sense. Is there some kind of an appeal process in place where if somebody comes in and asks and says, is there an appeal process if somebody comes in and says, I want to do this and staff says no, and we're going to hear about it anyway. So is there some kind of an appeal process that they can go, I requested this and it didn't happen?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Urick, I'm just wondering if you're referring to the municipally significant designated events as far as the approval?
Yes.
Yes. So I think that one is next on the list. Yeah,
You're
so-
a report ahead of yourself.
Okay.
I'm going to call the vote then, all in favor, and that is passed unanimously as well. And so now we'll move on to the report we just discussed, and that the recommendation that Committee of the Whole recommend to Council of the Municipality of Meaford repeal Clause 2 of Resolution 2022-22-07, being to delegate the authority to make future municipally significant event declarations to the clerk. Sorry, that was a little disjointed, flipping the page. So it is recommendation to repeal Clause 2 of that resolution, being to delegate the authority to make future municipally significant event declarations to the clerk. Move in a second, I guess, for that. Moved by Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Councillor Forder. Questions on that discussion, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and really Councillor Urick has asked the question, but I just wanted to share my opinion on this, that I would like to see us recommend the preparation of a significant events policy and then allow our clerk to make those decisions, recognizing that the criteria within the policy. And I also agree with the recommendation that we charge a fee for the processing of these applications. It's recommended $100 because there is significant staff time involved. So those would be the 2 points that I would support.
Oh, go ahead, Margaret.
My apologies. I just wondered if I could clarify because the resolution is a strange one. It's sort of almost a double negative, but just by way of hoping to clarify. So previously in 2022, council gave staff the authority to approve the designations. So staff are actually recommending we give that authority back to council. So it is possible for council to have that authority, and it would be a slightly different process, and that could go back to the way it was. Should council not wish to do that, Then staff is recommending that the development of a policy and a little bit more firm structure be developed, because we haven't had that policy since 2022. So we need a little bit more direction there. So the current motion on the floor is actually, in summary, giving back that authority to council. So should you wish to take back that authority, then you would pass this motion. If you don't want to, we would need an amending motion to, I mean, I guess you would just receive the report for information and we carry on, and I would bring the policy as recommended. So does that offer clarification or actually make it more complicated?
So are you saying that the resolution really should be to give back the authority to council, and it would be our prerogative to delegate it to you?
So by repealing clause 2 of the resolution, it is doing that. So effectively, clause 2 gave the authority to the clerk. So the motion is repealing clause 2 being the authority delegated to the clerk. So it's sort of one portion. So should you wish to take back that authority, you would move forward with this motion. Should you wish the clerk to continue to have the authority, we would just receive this report for information with an amending motion.
I think just thinking about where we've been and where we are today, I think it would be wise, and I shouldn't speak first here, but to give the council the authority again and see how we make out with it. I think in the past, the authority laid with the clerk, and I don't think we even knew what was being, asked for, or what was being approved or not approved. So am I right that we should perhaps take this authority back and then consider in the future whether we should delegate it? Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I completely understand your thinking, although in my mind, there's a time element here. If groups are coming in and are wishing to have their event declared significant, and maybe there's a time frame of wait to get on a council agenda, that just could prove problematic, and also or expands our agendas. And I think perhaps it would be nice if we could be told in a report that various events have been declared significant. But in my mind, I would like to see this approval stay with the clerk. So if you wish an amending motion, I will make that the approval of significant events remain with the clerk, working with either the current policy, or if you feel the policy needs revised, I would leave that to you, Margaret, and then adding the fee for the service. So I'd like to put that together into an amending motion.
And are you going to second that? Okay, thank you. At least, and now over to the CAO Everett.
Do I go first?
Just, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to reiterate sort of what I was saying, to back up Deputy Mayor, I will say that I think there was a time, you're right, and I will agree with the mayor that previously, I don't think things were flowing through terribly well. And I honestly will commend current staff, because I think things improved drastically. And that's why I think this could remain with staff, because I think they have done a good job of doing this. The only thing I said was, if there is some kind of an appeal process in there, where if for whatever reason, the public felt that they didn't agree with the decision, that then they could ask council about it. But Deputy Mayor's point, this is very time consuming, and it's also time important, because you're right, sometimes things come up in short shift and they might not be able to get in front of council as quickly as they'd like. So this could expedite things.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So looking at the delegated authority, there's a few things when we look at. I don't believe there is actually a policy in place today, which is problematic. The piece that I struggle with the most when it comes to, and just what I've witnessed with the use of municipally significant designation, is most times when there is a request, it will come from a profit center. The Municipal Act does not permit a municipality to bonus for-profit centers. And ultimately, if we are signing off, and most of these times, they're asking for the municipally significant designation to get a liquor license for the sale and consumption of alcohol, probably for a public event. If they're going for a private event, you don't need this. It's when they make that giant leap to go to a public event. So there's a few things that, I like the appeal process, but on the flip side, the appeal process scares me a little bit, because if we develop a policy that clearly identifies what is the criteria that makes it a municipally significant event, I would say that does it create more jobs? Is it of a regional significance? Coming up with checkpoints that they have to check off, so that way there's enough there to say, yeah, it goes over that, just wanting to have a liquor license, because it concerns me that if we're just throwing a municipally significant event for a profit center to profit from the sale of and consumption of alcohol, that's an issue, especially if it's on our property. So those pieces, it may not be as efficient, because I think what people are used to today is coming in 2 weeks prior to their event and say, oh geez, I can't get my liquor license without this. This is something that we would be looking at most likely to have at least 2 months in advance. If you're hosting an event and you need a special occasion permit, if you're not going for your alcohol permit within 2 months prior to your event, the event needs to be considered a little bit more on the logistical side. So from a staff perspective, what I've witnessed is when people are needing it, it's drop everything you're doing and make this happen. Where no, if we have set guidelines that say you will have an application into us for our review and it's not a given, I'm more than happy to say that it can stay with the clerks. The policy would have to also really consider the appeal mechanism, because I would be leaning towards there is no appeal. We're making the decision based on what we're permitted to do and not to do. Because my fear, and I've seen this happen, when council is an appeal option, they come to council all the time, and then council, may not have all the facts and may say, yeah, grant it, but it's actually we shouldn't be granting it. So that's a little bit of background when it comes to these. The criteria has to be solid, but it also has to be well communicated, so those individuals know upfront that they would actually have to meet that criteria to be able to achieve that designation.
So we've got an amendment on the floor right now. Can we hear that and decide on that first, I guess? Thanks, Margaret.
Sure, if you're comfortable repeating, or if you're comfortable with me repeating it, that the motion be replaced with that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, direct staff to develop a municipally significant event policy, and 2, direct staff to include a $100 fee for a municipally significant event application in the 2026 fees and charges bylaw. And I will note, I didn't include direction to staff to retain the authority, because that's sort of innate in not passing a motion to do otherwise. So just sort of the two parts in that.
Okay, are we ready to vote on that? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then we have to come back to the original motion. And is there any conflict there? We just, I think I understood it, and okay. If you're ready to vote on it, the main motion then, all in favor? And again, that's carried unanimously, and we can move on. I'm getting conscious of the time, pardon. Yeah, I was looking for a simple place to do it, and I think there's enough to deal with here before we, close out committee hold, that I'll declare I'm gonna say a 6-minute recess at this point, so that we can finish up. We are headed for a 5 o'clock event that involves both our producer and our deputy mayor. So a temporary adjournment here. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are reconvening after a short recess, and I said 6 minutes. I'm sure we've been 10 or 12, but anyway, we are all refreshed and ready to go again. And I've just got to figure out where we are on the agenda here. I believe the next item for discussion is Development Services. The recommendation that Committee of the Whole receive report Development 2025-24 Ontario Land Tribunal Appeal received. Minor variance A-07-2025 Norterra for information purposes. A mover and a seconder for this. Moved by Councillor Forder and seconded by Councillor Urick. It's on the floor. Is there any comment on this from staff? There's Denise. Thank you, Denise.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any comment, but I am available for questions should there be any.
Thank you. Any questions for Denise? It doesn't look like it, so thank you for being available anyway. And I don't see anybody anxious to comment on it, so I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? Sorry, what have I missed here?
Absolutely nothing, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sorry I'm a little slow to the draw here, getting myself reoriented, and because I was actually going to suggest that we support the decision of the Committee of Adjustment.
Okay, your
Thank you.
input,
At this
Margaret?
time, this report is just received for information purposes. There's no discussion in terms of direction at this point. This is just an update for the public and for council on the status of this file.
Okay, then again, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole receive report Finance 2025-19 Annual Development Charges Treasurer's Report for information purposes. A mover and a seconder. Councillor Forder and Councillor Bell, thank you. And I believe that this is just being received for information. Does anyone have any questions for our treasurer? I don't see any, so all in favor? And that is passed unanimously. The next report, I better check these off or I'll lose my spot. The next one is that Committee of the Whole receive report Finance 2025-20 Reserve and Reserve Fund Balances Update for information purposes. A mover and a seconder. Councillor Greenfield and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Is there any questions for staff on this? If not, you do have a question. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So maybe just a little historical. We got a nice graph showing about where we were a number of years ago and about 29.5 million now and 20 million that's available. And maybe just a comment, if we could, again, to refresh on the reserves, which are discretionary and those that are pretty well, you gotta just do because of what they are, just to refresh. Thanks.
Through you, Mayor Kentner, to Councillor Bell. So there are three types of reserves. There's the reserves that are not interest bearing technically. They are like tax stabilization, water user stabilization. I think there's a few on there. And then discretionary are the ones that we've set aside for purposes, and they are for a specific purpose, but if you chose to change your mind, there is a possibility you can change your mind. The obligatory reserves are like the development charges, they're set up for specific reasons, or we have some parkland that's set up for a specific reason. OCIF and there's 2 or 3 of those funding ones that are set up and therefore capital projects, and we use them on an annual basis to offset some of our the taxes plus our capital projects.
Are you ready to vote on this? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And we have a final report here that I'm looking for a motion to defer this to our next meeting, simply because of time considerations today, and also a desire to perhaps refine this report. So, Deputy Mayor, did you wish to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will make that motion to defer this until our next meeting.
And is there a seconder for the motion? Thank you, Councillor Bell. Then moving on to memos. Oh, I beg your pardon, yes. All in favor of deferring that report? Yes, thank you. That's carried unanimously. So memos, the building statistics report. Anyone wish to comment on that? And the quarterly update. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Good to have these stats in front of us again, and I'm happy to say that the numbers are increasing. The lines are getting longer, and as I mentioned previously, I firmly believe that our building department has been refreshed and is moving forward with great ability, and I'm sure these numbers are going to increase for the next 3 months of this year.
Thank you. I think we all agree with that. So we'll move on to updates from members appointed to county council, committees, and local boards. And I'm going to start by inviting Deputy Mayor Keaveney to give us an update on county council.
Delegated.
Well, maybe I should have taken Margaret's help in replacing the, we'll go back here with these new papers. Okay, delegated authority. So we need a motion to put this report on the, no? Okay, so did someone wish to speak to this? But we need to vote on it.
Sorry, Your Worship, just for clarification, both the memos are just received for information with no formal motion. They're just
Okay.
on the agenda unless a member of council wishes to speak
Sorry,
to
I
them.
missed it. It isn't on the agenda I had, so. Moving on. The county council report, have you got that available?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes. Grey County Council last met on October the 9th. Council began with the usual adoption of minutes, which brought further comments on our agreed to position from September the 25th, requesting the province retain the additional 62 beds allotted for future Grey Gables expansion. And I know we've talked about this at this table before, but just to share my position, I maintain the thinking that we just simply can't afford to take on that construction at this point, recognizing the $96 million cost of Rockwood Terrace, which is about 30% complete now and still on schedule for opening in January of 2027. So it was decided to stick with the original decision to ask the province to maintain those 62 beds until Rockwood is finished and we really understand our financial position at that point in time. Director of Long-Term Care, Jennifer Cornell, provided an update on the minutes from the past LTC Committee of Management and the LTC Redevelopment Committee. $800,000 has been pre-budgeted for the transition between the existing and the new Rockwood Terrace long-term care homes. 47 new team members will be required to assist with the overlap of services and relocation of the residents. The intent is to complete the transition of residents, if you can believe it, in 1 or possibly 2 days in January. It's going to be quite a feat to move somewhere between 85 and 95 people, plus the onboarding of another 25 to 35 new residents to get to the magic number of 128. A motion from Councillor Gregg, who's the deputy in Owen Sound, was supported by all members of council. His request was to ask MPP Vickers and MPP Saunderson to oppose the provincial legislation that has been put forward by the province that would prohibit the use of automated speed enforcement. One of the biggest complaints we all hear, as we well know, is about speeding. So it's felt that municipalities need to maintain any tools that are available to them to assist in controlling speeding. So the outcome of that is that we want municipalities to be able to make those decisions. A tender was approved for the construction of a new paramedic base in Feversham at a cost of $2,155,000 and was awarded to Dom Construction of Durham. This is over budget and will be funded by debenture. Recognizing the recent deployment review suggests calls for paramedic services will increase 68% over the next 10 years. This base is truly necessary. Additionally, bases will be built in Ayton, that's down in West Grey, Thornbury, and in Cobble Beach over the next few years to meet this increased demand. Additional funding has been received from the province for increased SOS services. This pilot will run until March the 31st, 2026. These resources will fund 2 social navigators, admin support, safe and sound services, and basic needs support all across Owen Sound. Mayor Body spoke to his observance that these services really are making a significant difference in the city for vulnerable individuals. And I found that really interesting because I think a lot of us go into Owen Sound and we see the prevalence of homelessness. But I can imagine it would be much more prevalent if it weren't for these services. The Budget and Finance Committee minutes revealed to council that 4 new staff positions will be requested by the county in the 2026 budget. A duty supervisor for paramedic services, another mechanic, a law clerk, and a coordinator of climate change initiatives. So those will be discussed when we see the budget. The minutes from the Shared Services Committee included the recommendation that $250,000 be included in the budget for the hiring of a consultant to explore the potential of a county-wide waste management program. There was considerable discussion about that amount of money, but seemingly that's what it would cost. The report also included the recommendation that staff be directed to investigate opportunities to utilize development charges for the purposes of healthcare and doctor recruitment, recognizing that our current shortage of doctors is partially growth related. So I'm really interested in that and we'll follow up with this council on the progress of that. And that was it, Mr. Mayor, unless you wanted to add anything.
No, thank you very much. The Pump Storage Advisory Committee, do we have a report on?
Thanks, Your Worship. I can begin. We did have a meeting on October 9th with the Pump Storage Advisory Committee. And I have to apologize because I was somewhat late in getting to that meeting, so I will have to ask the Deputy Mayor to help me with this. But when I did arrive, Mr. Clark Little was at the podium and he had been answering questions, doing a presentation, answering questions that had been submitted by committee members, and questions about timelines, about the work that's been going on, pre-development work, the anticipated application submission date, timeframe to receive a decision or approval on the works. Was a question about I guess how much had the plans changed since the original plan was made public, which was quite a few years ago, and have there been changes to the to the construction practices, and certainly there have been some. And questions about water quality on the base, and also testing for shoreline water quality, and question about testing of water for private wells that are in the proximity of the TC project. The drilling activities, the anticipated timeline of the end of the drilling activities, and a question about just what's being found by the drilling rig. And Mr. Little, I think, did his very best to answer as many questions as he could. Some of them are still out there, still will not be answerable until the future. And I felt that he indicated that TC would be coming forward with as much information as possible when the time came. The committee has been asking about getting some kind of representation from the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, and they have been, I understand, invited to at least respond to a request for their presence at a meeting. And as of October the 9th, we hadn't had a response from SON. There were some public questions at the end, and I'll turn it over to the deputy mayor, and maybe you can add something to what I have said.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, know you've been very thorough, Councillor Greenfield. This was an important meeting, I think probably the most important meeting that PSAC has had since it began. And there were 5 questions that were prepared by our CAO. And if I may, I think I'll read them just because it puts into context what Councillor Greenfield has shared. The first one, can TC Energy provide a clear timeline of activities dating back to the inception of the pump storage project to the present day, and expanding upon the range of key milestones such as completion of pre-development work, anticipated application submission date, expected timeframe to receive decision on approval or rejection, engineering works, construction, and anticipated operational status? So the important piece in relation to that is that they intend to submit their application before the end of 2025 to commence the IA process. Number 2, since the plan was first made public, how has the project and the overall proposed layout and design changed? And what specific areas of the Land Force Training Center base have been proposed to be used? And I think Harley covered that. As a follow-up to the discussion by the advisory committee relating to baseline testing of water quality and ongoing testing of water quality that is and around the Land Force Training Center, can TC Energy provide a response outlining the following items? Baseline testing, what is planned for testing, and what is planned for testing of water quality and quantity of private wells? Number 4, can TC Energy provide an overview of the ongoing offshore and land-based drilling activities, along with a high-level review of the findings of these activities to date? And number 5, can TC Energy provide information as to how and by whom the core samples of the drilling process will be examined and reporting on? And we'll get that information through the IA process. And yes, as Councillor Greenfield said, Mr. Clark Little did do a presentation, and we pulled from his presentation the answers to these particular questions. So it was a very good meeting.
Is there a Heritage Committee report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Through you. Yes, we met on October 8th, and the focus on this meeting was educational, as we do have some new committee members who hadn't had the luxury of undergoing some of the heritage training that council and staff and others have received. So we didn't have any heritage permits for discussion, but with the educational session, just to give you a quick overview, we went through the committee orientation, which is sort of a general overview. We also looked at the procedural bylaw, the terms of reference for the Heritage Advisory Committee. And then we also looked at the committee code of conduct. And I really do want to say thank you to Denise and her team for putting all that together. It was great. And this is all leading up to additional heritage training that will be with our favorite heritage expert, Bert Duclos. And that is, I believe we're expecting to do that next month. And we're very much looking forward to that. We did have a few items for information. There was the OLT appeal for the heritage permit that we're all well aware of. We also did get an update on the Heritage Conservation District Plan update, which was great because this project was started in 2021. Due to workloads from staff, it was paused in 2023, but now it's great. Staff have relaunched the project and they have draft update materials, and this is scheduled to be brought to the next Heritage Advisory Committee meeting. So that's very exciting to see that coming forward. And the last real thing on the agenda was we looked at the Community Heritage Ontario newsletter. And just a highlight from that is that for the Ontario Heritage Conference in 2026, we'll be focused, will be featured in Hamilton. And the theme is going to be adaptive reuse of industrial heritage, which Hamilton is the perfect setting for that. And some of the committee members have already expressed interest in going to that. So it's nice that we have committee members that are active and investing and are passionate about heritage. And that is all. Our next meeting is going to be Wednesday, December 10th. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other boards or committees meeting? Yep, you have a library meeting?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay.
We did meet, let me just grab my agenda here. Yes, we did meet on the 15th. And it wasn't a very packed agenda, but we did go over a draft of the Meaford Public Library Technology Plan. And credit to staff over there, Lynn and her team. They do such a great job. But this technology survey is really important because it helps identify the technology needs from residents, and then also what the library can do in order to meet those needs and provide service levels that are required to support the public. So that was great. We did go over the variance report. Other than that, we didn't have a whole lot. Our next meeting will be Wednesday, November 19th. Of course, Councillor Greenfield was there with me. So if you have anything to add, please feel free. But that really sums up the meat and potatoes of it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just to add that the variance report as of at the end of September looks quite favorable. Where thus far things are finances are included at the library for the year.
That's great news. Thank you. And were there any other boards or committees? Okay. I'm ready to get a motion to move out of committee of the whole at 4:10 p.m. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Bell and Councillor Forder, thank you. All in favor? And we can move on to councillor motions. Are there any notices of motion? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know we just talked about this in our PSAC presentation about, the testing of water. And there's been a lot of discussion about this, both at that committee and within the community and here at council. But I think it's time that we took some action. So the motion will request that council support a direction to staff to work with TC Energy to create a water testing program that would establish a baseline regarding understanding if there is a variety of chemicals and or contaminants that may or may not be present on the DND property. So it's just time to put rubber to the road on this one and get these tests completed. So that will be the motion that you'll see at the next council meeting.
Thank you. Any other notices? Okay. We have a motion for decision tonight. It's Councillor Bell. Do you want to introduce your motion?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's pretty short and to the point. Whereas the Council of Municipality of Meaford considers the well-being and safety of our community as one of its very important governance priorities, and whereas the intersection of William and Cook Street have been used by many residents and drivers going straight through on William Street due to the occasional stop sign coverage resulting from delivery trucks parked in front of it. Therefore, be it resolved, the Council Municipality of Meaford directs staff to bring back a report on the costing and timeline to install 2 stop signs on Cook Street at the intersection of William Street no later than December the 1st, 2025 for council's consideration in making this a 4-way stop. So
Can I just get a seconder for your motion? Yeah. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I tried to have an improvement at this intersection, if you recall, a while back with installing a flashing light. And at that time, I came back to council and we got a study done on traffic flow. So I'm not looking for some other third party situation, with all due respect, about having that done. Back then it cost us about $10,000 to be told that, you know, Cook Street doesn't have the same flow as Sykes Street. But what I'm looking for on this is the business that's located there. I'm not trying to interfere with that business. It seems that delivery trucks are going to pull in lengthwise and block the side. Delivery trucks will pull in into the parking spot and block the stop sign. I'm hoping that if we put stop signs up on Cook Street, that if that happens in the future, at least we've got the traffic stopped on Cook Street. They're stopped, and if a vehicle's going through, hopefully we will never know if we have saved an intersection collision, because Cook Street drivers have got to stop. And so that's what I'd like to do. And I know that when you put up a stop sign, it's different. There's also signage that has to go up that says new stop sign ahead. So for a period of time, we'll have new stop sign ahead, stop signs being put in place. And so I'm trying one more time to see if we can get folks that occasionally they do drive through William Street. They just don't know there's a stop sign. It's blocked from view. And it's as simple as what I have said. So we'll try.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just thought I would share that I'm happy to second this because I did own a business at that corner for well over 3 decades, and there would be delivery trucks coming into that establishment as well. So I was witness to the issue that you are sharing, Councillor Bell. But it was quite a revelation when your first motion came to this table and we got an understanding of how much these things can cost. Because it seemed like a pretty simple motion that you had requested, and then we found out it was, almost $10,000 to get that report back. And then I wondered how many other times, you know, that had happened and council was not aware of the cost. So moving forward, I like to know how much these things do, you know, what the cost of these things is as we present them. But in any event, I'm in favor of this, and I hope that it's a simple matter now of just determining you know, where to put those stop signs and just getting them done. So I'm certainly in support of this.
Anyone else wish to speak? I just, I know that there's been a number of near misses there, and it's a very, very dangerous situation. And I have observed lately trucks parked in front of the stop sign on William Street more often than not. And that's a real concern. I mean, you're just not going to be able to stop businesses from conducting business. So I think we very much need this 4-way stop, and I will be voting in favor as well. So I'll call the question. All in favor? And it's unanimous again. Thank you very much. We don't have a whole lot more here. We have adoption of council minutes. Be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby adopt the minutes of the council meetings held on October 6, 2025, and the closed meeting held on October 6, 2025. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Uhrig and Councillor Forder. All in favor? Thank you. Is there anything on the communications report that anyone wishes to raise? Or anything on the correspondence list? All right, then, at this point in time, be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 4:17 p.m. to discuss 1, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. And that's under the open meeting exemption of E, Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically an Ontario Land Tribunal appeal with the clerk, CAO, Director of Development Services, and Manager of Planning Services. Number 2, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Open meeting exemption C of Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001. And specifically potential land acquisition with the clerk and CAO. And number 3, labor relations or employee negotiations, open meeting exemption D of Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically contract negotiations with the clerk and Director of Human Resources and Community Services in attendance. So I'll be reporting out after we have this meeting, and we will see you then.
Vote on the motion, please.
Right on. Moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by thank you, and all in favor. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. So reconvening after our closed session, it's now 5:23 PM. And reporting out from our closed meeting, we dealt with first litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting municipality or local board. And that was under open meeting exemption of E, Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001. And specifically an Ontario Land Tribunal appeal with the clerk, CAO, Director of Development Services, and Manager of Planning Services attending. The second item was a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and that was under open meeting exception C, Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act. And specifically potential land acquisition with the clerk and the CAO in attendance. And number three, labor relations or employee negotiations under open meeting exemption D, Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically contract negotiations with the clerk and Director of Human Resources / Community Services. And I'll just say that directions to staff were given on items 1 and 3. We've got one more piece of business tonight, and that is confirming bylaw. The recommendation is be it resolved that bylaw 2025-60, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed. Can I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Forder. Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And with that, good afternoon, everyone.